Ja, ja, okay.
Yeah.
Ting, ting, ting.
Hello, fellow active students. I would like to invite you. Actually, I would like to say thank you for coming to this conference. My name is Jan Gondek, and I'm president of High School Council of City Prague currently. And why did we organize this event? We wanted to pull forward the theme of student participation because we here in the High School Council of City Prague uh, know that student participation is very important to have our voices heard, but also to improve ourselves in soft skills and lot of different subjects. That's why we organized this event, and now I would like to give word here to David to tell us something about this place where we organized the event.
Hello, so I'm here as a representative of Smíchovská Technical High School here on Smíchov in Prague. We are in place of Next Zone, which was completely built by absolvents and students here in Smíchovská High School. So this is a place made to young people from all the Prague schools meet and work on any projects they want to proceed on. So I hope you will have a nice time here, and it will be pleasure for us to have you here. Thank you.
And now I would like to invite on stage our moderator. Oh. This is all for me. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words, and welcome all of you to the event space of Next Zone. And without any further ado, I would like to welcome all of our guests for the first panel discussion with the topic of regional student parliaments in the Czech Republic and where are we right now. So now I would like to welcome to the stage firstly Jan Godek for the High School Council of City Prague. Secondly, Jakub Přemysl Slivko for Královéhradecký kraj. Patrik Pischinger, Karlovarský kraj. And sorry if I mispronounced that. If I did, don't hesitate to tell me. Anežka Tetřevová for Plzeňský kraj. And David Kašper for City of Ostrava. Okay, so David sadly is not with us here today. So without any further ado, let's start with the discussion. Do we have a mic, please? I'm probably going to use that one. Both of them? Yeah, that would probably be better. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to pass one right in the beginning and one to the Anežka, please. Okay, and let us start with the first question, and that is to please introduce yourself and the parliament that you are a member or rather president of, and tell us a little bit about your journey. How did you get to the parliament and how did you get elected as a president of your parliament? And we can start with Honza. Having a little bit of difficulties.
Yeah, as I already said, I'm a president of the High School Council of City Prague. We are organizing this event, and I came into the sphere of active students 1.5 years ago when I got invited by my friend to an event of the High School Student Union of Czech Republic, in short ČSU. And I met a lot of interesting people there. I made new friends, and from there, from this one event, it just rolled over into being active student myself and then coming to the high school council of City Prague and getting elected 1 year ago, I was the second vice president, and well, this month actually I got elected president, and yeah.
Hanzo, why did you decide to become a candidate for president and then later on being elected as a president of high school council of City of Prague?
Well, that's actually very easy. I worked for the organization in the last year. I organized a lot of events and like this one, and actually kind of led the organization with our president, the last one, Jakub Lhota. And so it was pretty easy for me. I knew that the organization needed to move forward, and I also knew that I had the most experience from all the members, because after COVID we needed to restart the organization actually, because the members from before already finished high school, and after COVID we didn't have any active members.
Okay, thank you. Now let's pass the mic to Jakub, and I would like to hear your story about your parliament and about how did you get elected. It's turned on already, you can just go on.
Nice. So, like 2 years ago, I went to the school parliament, and they elected me to our high school parliament, like Krajský parlament mládeže. And from there, I met some interesting people like Petr and more. And so, like this year, I got elected because Petr and last president went to the university, so I had most experience. So.
Mm-hmm. Could you talk us a little bit through the activities of your parliament? What is it that you guys do?
We did many interesting actions, like Run for Planet, and we participate in project Zavolíme, sure. And that's it.
Okay, so now I would like Patrik to tell us a little bit about his journey too.
Okay, so hello, my name is Patrick Pitzinger. I'm the president of the Parliament of the Youth in the Karlsbad region. First things first, I want to say that the parliament was established only in 2021, so we don't really have like much activities behind us. Like the first year from 2021 to 2022, from September to September, was like organizational. We had to make the whole thing working, do the logo, do the websites, do the stuff, make a vision, and so on. I was a vice president in the first season of the parliament, in the organizational season, how I call it, because I didn't want to be the president. I didn't have the ambitions, because I wanted to concentrate on the establishing, on the creating of the parliament, and didn't want to represent it. But this year I was elected. The ex-president, the Karol Špecián, maybe you know him, he like didn't candidate in this season, and he just said, I support Patrick, so we like switch sides. Now he's like a member of the board, yeah, and he just like, he assists us and we are working together. And this season we are starting to making some activities. For example, we are making a collaboration between Bavaria in Germany and the Karlsbad region, because geographically, when we look at the map, Karlsbad region is actually in Germany. It's like inserted in Germany, so we want to deepen this collaboration. And so we want to participate in the EU Teens for Green project. We are making some analysis and want to make some activities with Bavaria and other regions, Ústecký region, for example, and so on. So yeah, that's it, I guess.
Patrik, you said that the parliament was established only a year ago. What were the needs that led you guys to establish a parliament in Karlovarský kraj? I'm sorry. Why did you feel the need? What are some of the issues that students are facing in Karlovarský kraj?
First things first, I want to say that it wasn't the innovation of the youth, actually. It was the innovation of the member of Karlsbad, radní, jak se řekne radní? Yeah, the political leaders of the Karlsbad region, the school part of the political leaders, and it was like announced that the parliament will be in the Karlsbad region, and there was a post on Facebook that the youth of the Karlsbad region, if you want to join and change something in our region, you can join this parliament, which is established and will have their first sitting on September 2021. So I just filled in the form. I believe it was a Google form, and I just said why I want to join, where I am from, and we started working. So it wasn't really an innovation of the youth, but we very much appreciate it, and it's a good thing, I believe it.
Thank you. Now let's move to the only woman in this debate, which is Anežka. Anežka, could you also talk us through the journey? How did you get involved in the student parliament of Plzeňský kraj?
Okay, hi, thanks for having me here, and as it was said, I'm president of student parliament in Pilsen region, and about how I was elected. Actually, I was the only candidate for president of student parliament in Pilsen region, so it wasn't that hard to be the president of our parliament, and I'm so glad that I was actually elected, because the situation could be like they haven't elected me, so the current president would stay the president, but they elected me, so I'm here. And why I wanted to be the president of our student parliament? Actually, because I'm really interested in political situation in our country, and I'm interested also in informal education. Informal education should be the main topic of students' parliament, I think, because that's the way how we can help our classmates, all the students, to get involved in the political actions and in the actions in our country at all. And how our parliament was founded. In 2016, the leader of our Pilsen region founded our parliament, and it was in cooperation with other students in the region. So there was a pretty nice relationship between the representatives of the region and the students. So that's why I'm so glad to that I can say that our regional parliament is one of the most working parliaments in Czech Republic. And also I wanted to say that I'm so glad that I can hear so many well-known names in this context of students' parliaments here in this conference, because that means that we can work together on our projects, and that I know. The thing that I know many names means that the communication between parliaments is really working. So, thanks.
Anežka, as I already mentioned, you're our only woman today, so let's talk numbers. Percentage. How many women are there involved in student parliaments, maybe in Plzeňský kraj, as that would probably be the closest to your heart? And is it more men, more women, or more or less the same?
This is actually an interesting question, because I've discussed that with one of members of our parliament. Some of you would know Matěj Košař, and he told me an interesting thing, and that's the fact that it's like more or less the same in context of presidents of student parliaments. I'm not sure about exact numbers, but it's like 50-50. So it's like really interesting that I'm the only woman here, because it's not the average percentage.
Okay, nice to hear. Let's move to the next question. We will again start with Honza. Honza, could you talk us through some of the agenda of the High Schools Council of City of Prague? What are some problems that students have and that they can solve throughout the parliaments?
Sure, that's a great question actually, because yesterday I got to speak at a conference of our Minister of Education, which had a theme of digital well-being, and I actually said already there that the High School Council and the school parliaments are very important in this field, I think, because they can make the students on every school heard, and their problems can be assessed and somehow solved. So like that's the first thing, that we support student parliaments and try to build them on a school level. And then also we can make the voice of the youth actually heard on the political level. So like we work with politicians who are interested in the sphere of education here in Prague, but also we try to do that on a national level through the Parliament of the Children and Youth of the Czech Republic.
And specifically, what are some points of your agenda? What are some problems that you are focused on?
Well, as I said about the well-being, mental health is a huge problem in Czech schools. We don't have enough experts on mental health, psychologists and other experts in this field in schools. So students can't get enough help, but also it's not only in schools, but in the society as a whole. After COVID, like the mental health of students as a whole really decreased. So that's one problem, but also students aren't really represented in I guess legislative and other changes regarding youth and education, and I think that should be changed, because students go to the schools every day, so they can have a different, I guess, outlook on how the education change should be created. Reform, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Jakub, this is a regional debate. We've got members of different regional parliaments. Would you say that the problems you are facing in the Královéhradecký kraj are more or less the same, or there are some specific ones tied only to your region?
Well, I would say that they are almost the same. They have some little difference, but generally they are same. So.
Okay, so now Patrick, your addition to the question.
I think that every region faces the same problems from the eyes of the youth. In our region, it's mainly a problem with the public transportation. For example, I live in Chodov, which is like 10 kilometers from Falkenau, which is a city in the Karlsbad region, and I go to school in Falkenau. And for example, I'm riding with a car now, but before, when I wanted to take a bus, I ended in school at 14:20, and the first bus that rode into Chodov rode during, I don't know, 15:20, so I had to like wait an hour to even get home, and that's a big problem in the whole region. So it's something we want to change, we want to discuss. It's our goal for this season, among others. And yeah, that's like, I think that's the problem that every region has to some level, I think. And like, it's all the same then, as Honza said already.
Have you already started on the issue of public infrastructure?
No, because right now we are preparing the EU Teens 4 project, as I said before, and like the deadline is the end of December or start of the January, so we had to focus on this project now. But when this project starts and it gets prepared, we wanted to start facing this issue and solving it. The idea is we want to take data from the whole students in the Karlsbad region, from all the schools. We want to somehow make it into a document and then pass the document to the leadership of the Karlsbad region, so they can solve it and they don't have to get the data, and so we can do that for them.
Okay, thank you. Now let's move to Aneška.
If we talk about issues that student parliament care in general, we need to divide this topic to two topics. And one of them is communication with people in our region and communication with leaders of the region. And the second part is the topic that is that students are interested in. And if we talk about the topics, I think that they are more or less the same among all the students in Czech Republic. But the communication with people in those regions is pretty different, because in our region, I'm so glad that our leaders are really happy to having us, and they are helping us with all the things that they can. But if we speak about other regions, the problem is more difficult. So the topics among young people are same, I would say.
You and Patrick both mentioned that the parliaments a lot of times are a tool for communication, data collection and stuff like that. Is that the main goal of the student parliaments? Is it to communicate the issues and to act as a leverage power, as a lobbying power, rather than like introducing specific steps? And any of you can answer.
Okay, so I'll start. We do both. We collect data and we also provide solutions. But the main goal of the parliament, as we see it in the current presidential season, is really the communication with the region. When we think that the most important part about us is that the region can hear what we have to say, rather than we create some complex solutions, because let's be real, we are too young to create some real working solutions. So we think that it's better to collect the data, analyze it, maybe create some steps, but let the rest for the region, for the experts, and for the people that really understand what's going on and how it works.
You want to add to that? Or?
Yes, I have some points to add. I should bring a notebook, because I'm afraid I would forget some points I wanted to mention. But firstly, I wanted to say that I actually don't agree with the statement that we are too young to provide some solutions, because I think I will talk about this project later, but I think that students are really able to provide some solutions, but actually it depends on abilities of the students. And the other thing was, again, depending on abilities of students, communication should be a topic for students' parliaments, because if we don't communicate, or if we don't focus on communication, the student parliament could do so many amazing projects, but no one will actually hear about them. But if we have like marketing, but no projects, well, it's nice that people know about the parliament, but well, what the parliament is doing. So I would say we need to focus on those things like 50-50, because one thing without the other is not enough.
And now let's start from your end, Anishka, and it's a topic that you guys already opened. In order to achieve your goals, you need to communicate with political representatives. So how is the cooperation?
As I mentioned, our communication is really nice, and I have a good experience with Prague representatives, but there are some regions that aren't really friendly to students' organizations, like Liberecký region or Moravskoslezský region. Those are the two regions, I would say, that are not really opened to students' actions and students' organizations.
And why do you think that is?
I think it's the only reason is like the representatives at all. I don't think that the regions are closed to students, but the representatives are. And actually, I would say it's the only person that we communicated with. It's not like the whole representatives of the region, but like the only one person that is supposed to communicate with students and doesn't want to. So that's the problem.
Patrick, if you compare your experience with Aneshka's, is it the same? Is the cooperation with political elites also on a good level?
I gotta say that I'm really grateful for how open the representation of the Karlsbader region is to our project of the parliament. If we need something, we can go to anyone in the representation of the Karlsbader region, and they are open. They are helping us. We are communicating with lots of people on the representative side, and they are all very open. They are good. They give us everything we need. They help us. They assist us. But they also let us working when we want to work alone. It's like I have the same experience as her.
Patrick, sorry, Jakub, we just heard Patrick.
I'm also really glad that we have working people. So if they want to work, they work, and they are really good at speaking and representing our parliament to the city council. So when we need something, we go directly to them and we solve it right on.
Okay, so far good experiences. What about Honza? Are you also sharing the same opinion on the topic?
Actually, the communication with politicians is great, and probably it's also because we are here in Prague, the capital city. I guess it could be said that there is a bigger concentration of young people and innovation, so that's probably also why the politicians are more open to change and to hearing the voices of youth. But I also had the chance to be involved in the creation of some other regional parliaments, and I would say the problem has two sides. On one end, the politicians sometimes aren't really open to discussion and also to helping the students, but also sometimes the students don't have a concrete vision of what they would want to do and create, and that's why maybe the politicians are scared that the projects wouldn't work. And also then there is the question of financing of the student parliaments. We have a good experience with getting finances directly from the regional political body, but the parliament has to have some experience, and also the politicians are usually more open to collaborating with the students if the regional parliament has something behind it, like many years of work. For example, our high school council has been working for the last 5 years, so that's why the politicians are more open to us also, I think, because we have something to show.
Honza, what are some ways to tackle the possible negative experience and the closed mind electives, let's say?
Yeah, one thing is that you can speak to like more different politicians and even to some, I guess, not political figures, which can also bring the change. But then I think, as Aneshka said, the collaboration between student parliaments, regional student parliaments, is now working really well. And through this collaboration, I think the regions can help each other share their knowledge and insights, how to communicate with the politicians and whom they should contact.
Patrick, the municipal bodies are changing every 4 years with elections. Is it something that you're afraid of? Who will end up in charge? And if it's someone closed-minded, how are student parliaments able to tackle such issues?
First things first, I want to say that I can be the president next year because I'm in the last year of high school already. But from the vision of the parliament, I don't really see the elections as an issue because our parliament will always do our activities and will always try to communicate with the leaders of the region. Right now we have a good leadership. What will happen in 2 years? I don't know. I believe our parliament will try to communicate and work. We can say who will be in charge. We will see that after the elections, and I can really say that, like, afraid I am not, worried maybe a little bit.
Okay, and with that, let's move to another question. I would like to start with Jakub, and if you could please describe your biggest achievement as a president or as a parliament as a whole.
Well, I can't say as a president because I'm in function like 2 weeks. So, as a parliament, we established after COVID. So this was a big achievement because we are working before, and then COVID hit us, and we broke down. Online session wasn't the right thing, so we must establish it again. So this is one of the biggest things we did in like last year, and I hope in the next year, like my function, we will be getting more students to work with us.
Okay, Honza, what are your biggest achievements?
Well, this year we organized a few debates with young politicians, maybe future political leaders, but also other politicians regarding the regional elections that were held here in Prague. And I think that's important because we try to work on getting people more engaged, but civically engaged, but also to get the whole, I guess, population of young people to vote in elections, because we think that is very important. But for the whole parliament, in the 5 years we worked, we achieved that school canteens got 100 million Czech crowns more for wages here in Prague. So yeah, that's the achievement.
Okay, Aneška, please, if you could share your biggest achievement with us.
Okay. I can talk about many achievements of Parliament at all, but there is one thing that is the biggest of all of them, I would say, and it's Project Zavolíme. It was founded in 2020 when COVID disturbed our plans to organize a debate in our region with candidates for representatives of our Pilsen region. So we decided to continue in organizing the debate, and we organized it online. So students could watch the debate in their schools online. And this concept was so successful that we wanted to continue with this concept, and we organized our debate with candidates to our parliament, our national parliament, and we talked with leaders of candidates from Pilsen region. And then we organized another debate this September. But the biggest debate that we are organizing now is the presidential debate, Zavolíme. And the main idea of this debate is that students are organizing the debate at all. It's called Students for Students, and we wanted all the parts of the debate organized by students. So like our soundtrack is composed by students and played by students. Catering would be provided by students. The graphical design is made up by students. And that's the main reason why we started to organize this debate, because we want to include all the students from the whole Czech Republic, and that's the way how I imagine informal education.
Mm-hmm. And last but not least, Patrick.
As I have already said, we were established only in 2021, so I can't tell you tens of activities we make, but I can tell you about our goals. As I already said, public transportation is our goal number 1. The EU Teens for Green project is our goal number 2. I want to introduce the project just a bit so everyone knows what I'm talking about. It's a project of the European Union. which supports the participation of the youth and the students, and we can get up to 10,000 euros if we make a good project. Our idea of the project is to take data from the regional institution, for example, the Karlsbader Business Development Institution, who have some data on why are students leaving our region and what we have to do to get them back. We want to process this data and create activities for the youth with this idea in mind, and just do some workshops and so on, be in contact with all those young people and create solutions to why people are leaving our region. So yeah, that's our two goals. I'm not naive. I know, for example, that the public transportation can be solved in half a year, but we want to start solving it so in the future it's solved and it's not slept on how it's been to this day.
Honza, how big is the High School Council of City of Prague? How many members are we talking about, for example?
Well, there is a big difference between members and active members. Now we have like 100 members, but I would say 40 are active. We have one delegate from every school, and then we can have some like more, I guess, basic members from the same school, but the delegates are important because they vote in the board and president. Yeah, so we have like 40 schools that are involved now, but that's mostly because after COVID we had to get the schools involved all over again. Because the student bodies disappeared, or just the students just went to university, and we needed to find new active students. But we have a goal to getting to at least 60 active schools this year. Yeah.
So it's something that you're working on, that you would love more students to get involved in the parliament.
Yeah, after the pandemic, it's our biggest goal to get I guess most of high schools in Prague involved again.
So why should students, high school students, get involved in high school city council?
First they can get their voice heard, their problems can be managed and even solved. But also they can work on many different projects regarding culture, politics, or some other sciences. So yeah, that's a big opportunity, I think, to like improve themselves.
Jakub, what about your member board?
We have about 30 students that are participating in our council. It's not much, but it's better than right after COVID, when we had like 10 active students that did everything on themselves. So our main project is to get as many students as we can. So we are hoping to get better.
And how do you plan to achieve such a goal?
Well, at the end of the school year, last school year, we went to the high schools, to the
You'll have to excuse us since all of our speakers are Czech native speakers.
Yeah. We went to the main teachers of the, I hope, as many schools as we can in 1 week. And we talk to them, we tell them what are we doing, what we want to do, what is our main goal. And they, well, not all of them, but many head teachers sent their students to us.
Patrick, do you attract students the same way? Do you think talking to the head teachers in schools is an effective way in order to attract students to join unions?
Right now, I will just say we have also around 30 members, so we are talking the same numbers as Jakub here. And I am very grateful for that the 30 people are all very, very active. I want to say just today, 5 of our members, excluding me, drove here with a bus or something just to see this conference. For me, it's a big achievement. I'm very glad for it that the people really want to be a part of the parliament and be active. And to your question, we are taking 2 steps to actually achieve more members coming to our parliament. First, we have started making presentations and workshops on schools. For example, in winter, in December, we are aimed to go to 2 schools and make a workshop there, and come join us, and why you should join us, and so on, so on. And we have also made a bit of a marketing campaign, I would say. We have created some posters, we have put in schools, and we have made some posts on Facebook to really get the members going to our parliament. We have some members like coming to our parliament. For example, last month, or actually this month in November, there were 4 people joining this parliament. So I would say it's pretty successful, and we will make more presentations and more workshops in the future than we have been doing to this day. So I think it will be even more successful, and I'm really grateful that all of these students are actually active.
Anishka, do you use the same tools? And in your opinion, are marketing campaigns or calling people for action through social media more or less effective versus the live action, meaning talking to the head teachers, talking to the school directors and stuff like that?
If we speak about members of our student parliaments, I would say that we need both ways because, well, as I said, one without the other thing is like not enough. Actually, speaking to heads of schools, we tried this thing because principals of schools in our Pilsen region have assemblies like every month, and we have the opportunity to take part in 2 of those assemblies, and we presented our student parliament there, and some of the principals were really interested and asked about the students that are in our student parliament, or whether they have even a representative in our student parliament, and other principals were even more, I'm not afraid to say, disgusted than they were before the presentation, because many principals are in the opinion that politics should not be in schools at all, but then we can discuss whether students' parliament are political organizations or not. So that's why we need also the marketing, the internet marketing, because when we can't reach the students through the principals, through the heads of the school, we need to ask them directly, and the only thing is internet, because we don't have the ability to go to all the schools to ask all the students.
Hanso, why should directors or principals of educational institutes, schools, and also politicians listen to young voices of high school students?
Well, I think they really should, because the youth and children can really help them make better decisions regarding education and the schools themselves, because the education system is made to for students, for them to improve, to study, but if they don't get a voice in the creation of this education, they probably won't be very active in the studying process, and they won't have that great results, school results.
Would any of our panelists would like to add to that question and share their experiences with why politicians and directors should listen to your voices? So, Patrick?
Well, I want to say that just from the principle, the leaders of the Karlsbader region, or all regions, and the head teachers, the principals of school, their main goal is the education of the children and the well-being of the children. So just from the principle, they should listen, but I am not naive. I also know that the principals have different opinions, different views on this topic, and some of them are not open, but from my personal experience, as I said, that we have had and will be having some workshops. They all have to be approved by the principals to take place at the school. And I want to say that we don't have only high school students, we also have middle school students. We have students and scholars from 14 years up. So we will be having also some workshops on the middle schools, which some would say that they are too young to even participate. They wouldn't agree. But they did agree. So my personal experience with the principals and the politicians is pretty good in this topic.
Anishka, there are still some people that are saying that young people should not have a voice. We should not listen to them as they do not have enough life experience as the elders do. What would you say to those people?
Actually, I have a phrase that I came up with this morning, and the phrase is like, one time, like 3 months ago, one of our politicians told me that I'm really naive. And my answer to his words were, well, I'm just a student. But while we started organizing our debate, I realized that I'm not just a student, and I realized that student, the word student, shouldn't be a synonym to a word naive, but to a word vision, because we have new ideas, new visions. Maybe we don't have so many experiences, and I would actually discuss the fact that we don't have enough experiences if we compare with some adults. Well, again, I would say that we look to the future. We are not living in the present time at all, and we want to make our world better a bit. I hope so. So that would be my answer.
Jakub, have you personally experienced someone telling you that since you're young and inexperienced, you should not have a voice?
Well, I don't like this. So, because students are in the process, they know how the school works or how actually works, not just on the paper. So, the opinion that we are too young doesn't make sense to me. So, yeah, we should have voice, we should be listened to.
And have you personally experienced that someone tell you that you should not have a voice because you're a young, unexperienced student?
Yes, I had.
Okay, let's move to one of our last questions, and that is the question of funding of student parliaments. I guess an issue that you're all tackling on an almost daily basis. Let's start with Anishka. What about funding of your parliament? Is it enough? Is it not enough?
We are lucky that our relationship with leaders of our Pilsen region is really good. So our funding isn't a problem at all. I'm not sure if I can talk about exact prices, but it's enough to organize some events in our Pilsen region, but it's not enough to expand to other regions. But the main thing is that we have enough money to organize events, but also we have something like gifts. Maybe I can name it like a gift, because our leader of Pilsen region take us abroad to visit some other places. So that's something that is like an award for our work for our work from the whole year. So and that's also the money that counts in the budget that's for the parliament. So in the terms of funding, we are not underfunded, I would say.
Good
but
to hear.
Sometimes we need to ask for more money, yes.
Patrick, what do student parliaments and councils need money for? What do you need, guys? What do you need funding for?
I want to say that we don't have our money as such that we would have our own bank account and have money in it. The way our parliament works is that the leadership of the region counts with us. They know about us, and when we need money for something, we can go to them and they will fund us. But it doesn't work the way that we have our own money and our responsibility. But the region, when we need something, for example, for the workshop or for the paid promotion or something, they are open to funding the things we need. And to be honest, actually, to this day, we didn't need that much money, actually, because the workshops are organized, for example, from just our willing to do them, and when we consulted with the head teacher and so on, they leave us a room at school and we don't need any money for the place that it takes in and so on. So we don't need that much money, but I think in the future, when we will have bigger projects, we will need more money. As I said about the European project, that will be funded from the European money, but it will also be money. And yeah, maybe I'll have a different answer in a year or two, but not now.
Jakub, what about people working, students working for the union? Are they paid or are they working as on volunteer basis?
They are not paid, they are working for the experience. It's basic answer, but I think that the money for our the students is a good thing to have, but I don't think participation should be paid for us. Like, yeah, it could be good, but in process I don't see that working.
And what about funding of your parliament? Are you underfunded or are you just okay with the funds that you are given?
We are okay, we have good people on that are working with us. So if we need money, we go to them and they give us almost every time if it isn't some big money. So if it's some reasonable money, it's okay.
Honza, as a president of the High School Council of the main city of Czech Republic, how is the funding here in Prague?
I can say it's actually very good. Our politicians are generous to us. I can say that we get the most funding from all the regional parliaments. It's the biggest city, so it makes a little bit sense. But I think all the regional student parliaments should get funding, because there are some events you can pay from one-time grants, which we also receive from the government, from the regional government body, from the city of Prague. Actually, this event was organized thanks to a grant from the city of Prague. So I want to thank the city of Prague for that. But yeah, one thing is organizing one-time events, which can be paid by grants. But then there are some things like paying our graphic experts, or some other things, for example, traveling of our board members, which needs to be paid from the budget we get every year.
Patrick already mentioned it, but I would like to hear more on the goals that you have as presidents for your upcoming presidencies or already running presidencies. So if you could share with us some of your goals for your next term.
As I've already said, the goals are our activities, because I think that our parliament isn't about politics and so on, so I don't take the presidential of me as some high function or something like that. It's more of a responsibility than like something the others don't have. And our main goal are our activities. I also had a goal of changing a bit how the parliament worked, because for me the parliament was very hard to understand and it was pretty weird how it was working. So that was something we have been concentrating with the whole leadership of the parliament the last 3 months. And now we just want to focus on our activities, because I think we managed to do what we wanted to do. We have our own logo, we have our website, everything is working. So yeah, my visions are actually fulfilling.
Anežka?
About goals. Well, my personal giant goal is like organizing volunteer markets in every region in cooperation with other student parliaments. I would love to invite UNICEF to coordinate the caritative action with us, and I imagine it as like, if you know elementary school markets that took part in Christmas, I imagine something similar, and students would sell their paintings or some small arts to people in squares or in streets, and take the money to some charities. And if we coordinate with UNICEF, I think this event would be also seen as legal event, so more people would get involved in this project. So that's my goal for the next year, like from January.
Honza?
I have many goals, but one thing is that I would like to continue on the projects we already started last year. For example, we are cooperating with the Prague Innovation Institute regarding education. We are joining their expert panels. Our active members are going to those panels and telling, I guess, the student opinion there. But also I would like to expand funding of our organization, for example, through Erasmus Plus grants. But to get them, we need to connect with other student organizations which already have experience in this field. And that's also my big goal, to connect more the many different student organizations, not only regional parliaments, but also like other civically engaged organizations, and also to get our members more involved into the organization, because that's something I have been thinking about a lot for like the last 2 months, and I still don't have a concrete view on how we can engage more of the students that are working with us.
And Jakub, what are your goals?
Well, my goals, except the thing I was saying, to get as many students as we can to our parliament, I don't have any exact thing on my mind, but I hope as soon as we could, we get some of our active members to come up with something exciting, not, could be hard, but exciting to do, or just to invite interesting people. So.
And last but not least, imagine that I'm a high school student and I'm not yet a part of any of the student parliament. What would you tell me? Why should I join your parliament if I'm from your region, and how can I do so? And any of you can start, maybe Anishka again.
Okay, as a participation dinosaur, as we call some of us, I would tell you that you should take part in our student parliament, because we give opportunities to all of the members. All of the members can do the thing that they are the best in, and they can get more experiences and get more skilled in the thing that they are interested in. And also we give opportunities, if I give an example, for graphic students, we gave them the opportunity to make the graphic design for a debate that all the people would see. And if you're interested in, I don't know, marketing, you can do the marketing for the parliament. If you're interested in, I don't know, transportation, you can provide us the the way how we can transport us to some places, or to plan the transportation for not just people but for the stuff we need. You can choose whatever you want, whatever you are good at, and you can get experiences.
And how can I join you? If I'm listening right now and I'm saying, okay, this is perfect, I want to join, how can I join?
Just message me and I will add you to our student parliament messenger group, and now you are a member. But if we take a look in the law of our student parliament, the full righted person member, you are from the second assembly of our student parliament. So then you can vote for other representatives, but you can join us whenever you want. So if you just text some of our members, they add you to our group, and then we can communicate what you need, all the stuff you need to know, and then you are a member.
Okay, Honza?
Well, I think it's really important that we have a democratic organization. As Aneška said, you can do almost anything you want, and that's a very big difference from school, where you don't get to choose what you want to do. And also, for me personally, being an active student and leading this parliament, I learned so much, and I learned so much not only about the world but also about myself and what I want to do in the future, actually what university I want to study, and I think that's very beneficial for all high school students to realize what their potential is.
Thank you for your answer. Jakub, why should people join your parliament?
Well, if we tell people that they meet awesome other people, because I don't know any bad people that are participating. Just they are awesome. So, but you can get experience. So, for example, if you want to go to law school, that's ideal thing, because you learn so much new things. So.
Okay, and how can I contact you if I want to become a part of your parliament?
You could message me, or I will give you a website where you could sign up.
Okay, and last but not least, Patrick?
Okay, so let's say that you are a scholar or a student and you are not in some of these institutions, and you come to us and you are interested in our parliament. The first thing I will do is I will ask you if you are nice, if you like the region you live in. So tell me anything, if you like living in this region, for example.
I love living in Prague, for example, but
Okay.
I think that there's some problems with mental health being discussed in schools.
Okay, and for this I will tell you, well, everyone wants to change this, everyone wants to live in an even nicer place. Come join us, we can solve this problem together. If you have any ideas, we are more than open to solve them and to do them, and come join us.
And it's same as the other panelists. I need to contact you, and if I contact you, then that's it?
You can contact me, for example, if you know that I'm the president, or you can contact any of the leaders, or even the normal members, they can pass it to me. You can contact me, but you can also just fill in the form on our website, www.mladikrej.cz. It is a Microsoft form, so every time someone fills it, I'll get a notification on my email, and when I see it, I'll read it, and I put it on our Discord, our main communication platform, and we will discuss if we want to accept this student, which we do almost like every time, because why not? And then you are accepted in our parliament, and you get to our Discord. I'll write you to our member board, to our, it's a sheet in Excel, and then you are an official member, and you have the abilities and the responsibilities of the member of the parliament.
Thank you, and with that answer, we've come to an end of our first panel debate. I would love all of our audience members to give a warm round of applause to all of our guests, and those were Jan Godek, Jakub Přemysl-Slivko, Patrik Pischinger, and Aneška Tetřová, presidents of regional students' parliaments of Czech Republic. And last but not least, I would like to ask Honza, what's ahead of us in terms of program? If someone could pass him a mic, please, Patrick.
Well, now we have a short break, and then we will continue with our second panel. But also before the panel. Oh, actually, nothing. Yeah, we'll have the panel, and then after, we will have a teacher from Smíchovská Průmyslovka, the school that we're organizing this event on, to tell us something more about how the school works and what is so special about it.
Thank you. Okay, so enjoy a short break, and we will meet here again at 12:10 for our next panel debate, which will be about student parliaments in other countries and their comparison to the Czech Republic ones. Thank you all. Můžeme ještě někdo přijít mávnout, jestli fakt už Tak jo, odpočítávám 5. Hi and welcome to the second half of this conference. I would like to welcome the guests for the second panel, which will be a discussion with the members of student parliaments, but from other countries besides Czech Republic. And without any further ado, let me welcome Matěj Damian from High School Council of City of Prague. So a big round of applause for him, please. Igor Furdík, representing Slovakia, specifically Aliancia Stredoškolákov. And last but not least, we've got an online guest, which is Dragos Danila from Romania, representing Europlus, a Center of European Expertise. Welcome to the debate.
Thank you so much. Nice to be here.
Okay, so let us start with a simple question, and it is to please introduce yourself and your parliament. We will skip Matěj for this question, as we had the president of the High School Council of City of Prague in the previous debate. So I would like to start with Igor. Igor, could you please introduce Aliancia Stredoškolákov, and how did you get to the organization yourself?
Hello, everyone. So my name is Igor Furdík, and I live in Bratislava. And last 2 months, I've been vice president for external purposes in Alliance of High School Students Slovakia. Our organization is very similar to your Czech Stredoškolská unia. We speak with high school students, and we try to solve their problems. We often communicate with legal authorities and also with youth parliaments, or as you call it, city parliaments. That's something about the Alliance of High School Students, and I think we'll get to the topic later on.
Mm-hmm. Igor, if you could describe and compare the structure of the parliaments in Slovakia and in Czechia, do you think it is more or less different? Are there regional parliaments, or is the only union that is defending the needs of high school students the Aliancia Stredoškolákov?
Yeah, I think that we Czechs and Slovaks are very similar. Not only in youth parliaments, and our parliaments are almost the same. I would say a few things you have different, but in many aspects they are quite similar. We do informal learning and teaching. We do some cultural activities. We speak with students. We talk to high school students, we talk about their problems, we try to solve them, talk to legal authorities, talk to council, and so on, so on, and so on. We are financed also by the council, like you've heard in the first panel. So I would say they are quite similar, but yours are a bit more ahead, I would tell it. Your parliaments are bigger, I would say, and also you have very interesting people in there, and with really nice thoughts.
Okay, thank you. We will definitely discuss that later. And now to our last but not least guest, which is Dragos Danila. Dragos, could you please describe your organization, the Europlus Center of European Expertise, and how did you yourself personally get involved?
Okay, thank you so much. It's great to be here in Prague, even digitally. Europlus is not an European Parliament. It's not a youth parliament per se, but it has a project that is very concerned with this part of participation. Our cornerstone and the founding fathers, to say so, who were very concerned about how to empower youth, and they created this NGO in order to bridge the gap between stakeholders and the authorities. And to answer this question regarding participation, we are the organizers and the initiators of Eurosfat, one of the biggest conference in Eastern Europe on European affairs. And this is our chance to get to interact as much as possible with dissidents and stakeholders at European level and also at the Romanian national level. I think it's relevant because we have the best means to reach them in order to work with them and explain to them what are our priorities. This will be one step to show to you how we are working. Also, in our activities, it's very important to work in conferences and also develop certain skills, so especially soft skills and negotiation skills that we use in our work, especially in the parliament and also in the government, and also our events when we are inviting persons from media, social media. They are influencers and bloggers, and also, but not the least, business oriented person, to say so. I hope it's a very comprehensive answer and helps you understand what we do.
It really is. Thank you for the answer. And now we see that we've got our last guest who just connected to us. Welcome, Shadi Irfan, a member and a representative of Irish Secondary Student Union, ISSU for short. And our first question to get you up to date was if you could introduce yourself. How did you get involved in your organization, and what does your organization do precisely?
Right. So thank you so much, first of all, for having me. I know how difficult it can be to organize these conferences, and a lot goes on behind the scenes. So you should all, first of all, congratulate yourself on a great job. And so my name is Sherry. As mentioned, I am the international officer at the Irish Second Level Students Union. And basically my journey with student activism started with my own local student council. In the area that I lived in a place called Donegal, we had an influx of Syrian refugees coming in. And during that time, there wasn't a lot done to kind of help them integrate into society. So we, along with our local youth service and my student council, we partnered together to produce a program through which students could feel like they could integrate into society. And that kind of led me into this tunnel of student activism, because then I got involved with student councils and students' unions. But more generally, the ISSU, the Irish Second Level Students Union, is a 500 plus organization. We have 500 plus schools, member schools in Ireland. And we have 23 regional officers in our regional officer body, which is basically 23 presidents within their own union that kind of work on issues that are specific to them. So about, let's say, 6 months ago, I was a regional officer. And you, as regional officer, you get to work on projects within your region. So the projects that I focused on were mental health and the reform of the sexual health education in my region. And after that, I kind of worked on the development of our membership within the region. So every regional officer, there's a pair of them within each region, and they all have their school reps, which is like one representative from each school. So at one point we had 23 representatives in my region, and that's kind of similarly representative of how it is in other regions. And you kind of pick a certain topic depending on what the 23 people tell you, and you work on it for the rest of the year. And that's how we kind of develop our grassroots movement, which is very essential to our organization, because it's literally the foundations on which we as the student executive are allowed to do our jobs on. So for us, kind of maintaining that membership, making sure they engage, is extremely important.
Okay, since this is an international debate, we've got guests from 4 countries. Let's compare the issues that students are facing in each one of them. We'll start with Shari this time. So Shari, could you tell us what issues are students battling in Ireland?
In Ireland, most of our issues kind of revolve around mental health and RSE. So it's mostly education-based, you could say. So for example, for me, RSE is something that I've been working on for quite a while. That's the reform of the sexual health education. Unfortunately, for many years, Ireland was heavily influenced by the Catholic Church, which meant that uh, in our education system, there was quite a bit of bias, and people weren't exactly getting the education that they needed. And what that means is you have people going into third level education not really knowing what sex is. So what we do is we've put greater emphasis and worked with the government on this. We secured a seat on the NCCA, which is the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, and developed a brand new program, basically, a program that was reliant on facts. And the second issue I'd probably say is the lack of mental health supports for students in schools. It is a massive problem. Ireland at the moment is experiencing a mental health crisis where students are crying out for help and are asking for guidance counselors to be available in schools. Unfortunately, that need is not being met, and we're continuously engaging with the government on that. And the third thing is vote at 16. Ireland, in at least in a European context, when it comes to students' unions, is one of the leading campaigners on that. We recently had a bill in our parliament where we tried to get vote at 16 passed. Unfortunately, didn't happen. One day it will, though. But we were able to kind of bring attention. It was a big thing in the media too, and it started a debate. And hopefully in the next couple of years, we will have vote at 16. So those are the three issues that we kind of really focus on at the moment.
Thank you, Shari. Maciej, does Prague or Czech Republic in general face the same problems? Are those also mental health and education-related problems, or is there something else that your high school city council is focused on?
So first of all, I would say that mental health is a big issue amongst all students and in Prague as well. But the problems with education, I think that not only in Prague, but in Czech Republic as a whole, this problem is being faced for many years, and the results of solving it are not coming anytime soon. But we as a high school council try to have a say in these debates on how the school systems should change and what should the city introduce to help the education. And also one problem that I think is a really big one is that the heads of schools often don't want students to participate in such conferences and events like this, and even in student councils like our high school council of Prague, or I mean I can name several. So I think these are the problems.
Dragos, are the problems the same or different? Do you also face mental health problem, education quality problem, and even disregard from directors and other political parties and political members?
Actually, thank you for the question. I think it's very interesting because I asked within our groups what do you think are the problems, because I want to have a reality check and to ask them directly. And their main priorities at the moment, according to our volunteers and the presidents in their councils, in student councils, they're prioritized in this fashion. Internships and employment, because we have a lot of internships that are not paid, and this is illegal in a lot of cases. And we are fighting for our rights in all occasions through campaigns and also through public debates which are organized by other NGOs, business associations, and also in the committees in the parliament. It's very important to be there and also to represent the voice of these students that want to gain experience, want to work actually, but they are not paid for what they are trying to do in their respective jobs. The second one that I want to stress is the one that my colleagues already stated. Mental health is a very crucial issue that we have to put on the table. I think it's even more relevant than before, considering the pandemic. besides my position at Europulse as digital inclusion associate and expert, we are dealing with new problems because of the anxiety that appeared during this pandemic, and how do we interact with each other. And with this, we should talk about inclusion, about well-being, and also how to approach one another in a sustainable way. I think it's important to keep that in mind. And the third one, which many of us stressed, is that youth want to be part of the decision-making process and want to have a say at each and every level in our decision-making process, starting with their schools, actually their class. I will begin it. So class, high school, their community, their region, and also the country and the European level. I think we are struggling to make our voices heard. I think these are our priorities. I think there are many more which should be put in this top, but I think this top 3 is representative for what we are fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Dragos. And lastly, Igor, what problems are Slovakian high school students facing?
Yeah, many things have been stated, and I must say that we find all of these problems also in Slovakia. And it's, I think it's global. Because mental health is a topic we do not find that important in schools. That is a big problem. We need to work on that. But something that is really related to mental health, and which started in Slovakia a few weeks ago, is violence amongst students. I really don't know how is it in other countries, but in Slovakia, some really bad things had happened last weeks. A student has done a terroristic attack and so on and so on. And that's due to radicalization of the youth. And we need to work on that. And one way to solve it is also through the mental health, because yeah, it's depression and mental problems and so on and so on and so on. And we need to work on this to prevent this, to prevent the violence. Also, we lack an amend or a change of curriculums. They are really old, really old. We learn things that are not proper to nowadays situation. We do not learn anything practical. It's most of theoretic stuff and so on. And the political parties are last 10 years are always saying we will change, we will work on it, but no one wants to. And that's a problem in Slovakia. And we need to work on that. And students are often asking political parties, figures, to work on that. But yeah, the political situation doesn't allow it.
Igor, as you already said, recently Slovakia had faced a terrible terrorist attack. Is there any way in which Aliancia Stredoškolákov, or on that hand, any other student body in Slovakia can help, not possibly to solve that, but maybe to ease the pain and ease the impact of the hatred that is coming from Slovakia right now?
Yeah, we find it really important to say that it's not okay. We work on our Instagram account on some topics and present stuff that is really important. For example, how to solve your mental problems. We are working even on new curriculums. We are with Minister of Scholarship, I don't know, in contact with him and are actively talking about it. But it's not a thing that Aliancia Stredoškolákov, Alliance of High School Students, can solve by itself. We can only talk about it. Students are really terrified.
Dragos, do you think, or have you ever personally met with an opinion that young people should not have a voice? And is that something common in Romania, that maybe political representatives, directors, and other people in an important political functions stand behind the idea that young, unexperienced people should not have a say in their education and other political matters?
Yeah, it's very hard for me to say that there are officials that said that or declared that in a such precise way, but I can feel that there is a mindset that promotes the fact that experience is highly linked with age, and this is not true. We are fighting for that in many respects, and in my professional experience, I will start with that. This is a hard thing to deal with, and I'm dealing with this at my job, within the parliament, in the conferences that I'm trying to have state and trying to represent some young people that I'm working with. I think it's hard, but I think it's the change is there, especially because there are more youth that show promise and they have prospect in solving policy making in a sustainable way. But I'm not sure that there is somebody that courageous in Romania to say that explicitly. Thanks.
Igor, have you personally met with such an opinion? Have you personally experienced a hate or a disregard towards your work?
Yeah. I'm actively in contact with school councils that work on certain high schools or schools, and we often find that principals or head teachers often help less than, for example, political parties, because politicians find it important to work with youth because it's in marketing for them. It's okay for them. They find it attractive, but often head teachers feel like they don't need it, that the students are just useless. I wouldn't say useless, that they are there to learn stuff, not to work on stuff. But I think that we youth are the future. We are something, we are people that will maybe work in those schools, that will be those politicians. And people need to understand this, that we are not, yes, we are children, but we are going to be adults soon. We're going to have elections, we'll be able to vote in elections, and so on and so on. And people need to understand this.
Mm-hmm. Shari, what about your personal experience with people not giving enough credit to young people's voices? Is it positive? Is it negative? How's Ireland doing in this area?
I guess politicians are like anywhere you go in the world. For my personal dealings with them, a lot of the times you go into a room with them and then they sit next to you across the table and they tell you how amazing it is to see young people interested in politics and wanting to make a change. And you sit there and you say, okay, very good, thank you for meeting me. And you get into the agenda and you start asking stuff and you start asking to be involved in decisions. And all of a sudden they almost patronize you and tell you, well, you know, this can't be done this way because this is how things are actually done, almost as if this old mentality of just because things have been done a certain way, they're right. And then after the meeting is done and after they shoot down every single one of your ideas, they love to take a selfie with you smiling, and then they post it on their socials, showing how great they are with young people. But yeah, it is true that politicians don't really take as much as an interest in young people now, other than the marketing side of things, as it's been mentioned. And that's because they perceive young people as they don't view them as important. That's the reality of it, because they know come election time, these people are not going to show up. And that's why voting education and the importance of telling young people how and when to vote is extremely important, because that in that case puts pressure on the politicians to actually listen to young people rather than, you know, do this whole tokenistic thing that they do. And then the second thing around mental health, if I can just very quickly jump in on that. In Ireland too, we have this case where when you go up to a teacher or your principal and you talk to them about, you know, if you're having an issue, maybe you're suffering through depression or you've had a panic attack, it's very much brushed over. And it's not really considered. And again, you're passed off as another child who you know, lives an easy life. But the reality of it is challenges that they faced maybe 10 years ago are much more different than we face now. That needs to kind of be kept in mind when we approach these decisions, particularly from the school's management's point of view.
How does your organization tackle such an issue? How do you help students' voices being heard, and for political and other electives to not patronize them, to take them seriously?
Right. recently, actually, on International Students' Day, we prepared this student policy voice platform, which was basically this written up policy, and we got all the political representatives and some of their heads of the major political parties into a room, and we basically got them to sign that policy platform, which basically stated that if they were to ever consult young people in any sort of political debate, they would always come to us, which legitimizes not only us as an organization, but more importantly, the student voice. Now, whether they'll adhere to it, we'll see. But it was a massive deal. The fact that they even got into a room together and actually said, "Okay, we'll listen to young people." And the second thing, which I already mentioned, is we sit on the NCCA, which is the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, and we have a direct input into what students are learning, and we actually get to kind of criticize it, as well as we kind of lobbied for the schools to have politics and society as a subject, which basically specifically deals with voting education and how to vote, and more generally how to be, a well-rounded citizen.
Maciej, what about ageism in Czech Republic? Is it a thing? Do we take people seriously just because they are older?
Yeah, I feel like in Czech Republic it is a big problem because personally I haven't experienced it as much as my colleagues and friends, but I feel like there is a stigma that young people shouldn't have an opinion because they haven't lived through major events that took place in history. They haven't started a family, they haven't got their first job, etc., etc. So I feel like older people often think that their opinion is better because they lived through these things, but they forget to look at the whole picture, because if we want to live in a democratic society, then we need to take all opinions in account and not discriminate people because of age.
Mm-hmm. Igor would like to add something.
Yeah,
to
I
that?
completely understand what you're talking about, and I accept it, and it's okay. Yeah, I like it. The fact that we have met on an international conference, for me, means that we are mature enough. For me, this means that we are active, we are eligible, we can do stuff that, let's be fair, most of people wouldn't be able to do. And I think that this is a thing that represents that we are mature enough to at least tell our opinions, and maybe help with local things too.
Dragos, is it experience, education, or some other aspects that make us eligible to express our own opinions, or should everyone be able to express their opinion? And in terms of Romania, does Romania listen to young people? And if not, how can we make them?
Well, that's a tough question. I think youth are listened in their communities, at least in projects that I have coordinated, and in our NGO and on the local communities that we are visiting and trying to empower. I think youth have a voice. As far as that voice is heard and actually listened, I think it's another matter that it's addressed in our projects and in our activities. I think experience doesn't equal age. It's very important to state that, to bear that in mind, because if we are not believing it, nobody would. I think everything starts with ourselves, and to state that everybody has an opinion and should be at least listened and heard should be the default status quo, especially regarding youth, because as my colleague said, we are the future, but I think we are also the present. We are capable to have a say in the decision-making process. We are more than capable of providing feedback, and also empower those that are actually in the office at the moment to have better rationale and better reasons to put something in place if they are listening to us. This is very important to say, and like, as explicitly as possible. They need our help, and our opinions matter. Thanks.
What a nice answer to the end of the question. Let's move to another one. Let's start with Maciej this time. Maciej, how big is High School Council of City of Prague? How many members are we talking about?
The High School Council of Prague is getting bigger and bigger. At the last meeting, we had around 30 to 40 people active, but it is when we take the whole Prague, and there's around 150 schools. It's really not a lot, and the main schools that are participating in High School Council of Prague are gymnasiums and mostly gymnasiums. I feel like there is still space to grow, but yeah, I can't tell for sure how many members we have, because it is changing a lot, because a lot of student parliaments on schools are not going or started going, so it changes a lot during this time of year.
Dragos, how many members does your organization have, and what are some ways in order to attract others, to call them for action?
Oh, that's a very nice question. I think the best answer will be in a few days when we have a community meeting. But as far as experts, volunteers, and others that are involved in our projects, I think we are around 100 and something, but don't quote me on that. I think it might be more than that, but this is the ones that I'm working with and I have some interaction. And I think in order to increase those numbers, we are doing our best through projects and initiatives and empowering local communities by going in their schools. We are starting to doing that for some time, and actually digital means helps us a lot. One of my projects had around 800 people and had a great impact. And I think it's a good practice to find communities, interact with them as much as possible, and have a dialogue in a continuous mode, and also strategy in this sense. And I think partners are not only in our country, and I think Romania and Europulse is more than welcome to have others to help and to combine ideas, as previously said. So please, if you contact us, if you have a great idea, we can make this work.
Igor, at the beginning, you said that Slovakian organization Alianza Stredoškolákov, or certainly the parliaments themselves, don't have that many members as parliaments in Czech Republic. So how many are we talking about?
I feel like it depends, but it is like 20 to 30, some 40-ish members. Alliance of High School Students currently has 45 members, and we are growing. We are working on regional structures. I feel like there's kind of a border which shall not be passed. It doesn't necessarily mean that many members means better results. I feel like we should have discussions with people, but we should have a team of people that are active, that communicate well, that have a good experience, and that they have good results. It doesn't mean that our parliaments, which have 20 members, 30 members, could not have as good results as, for example, Czech parliament, which I don't blame anything, but yeah, it's something we find it different.
Okay, and lastly, Shari, how big is ISSU and what are some effective tools that your organization have taken in order to attract more members?
The ISSU has grown over the past 2 years. Over the pandemic, we saw a lot of other unions kind of lose connectivity or engagement with their membership. But interestingly enough, our membership actually rose by over 140%, which we didn't foresee. A lot of it came down to us being very proactive and actually taking the lead when it came to student voice throughout the pandemic. Like, we were always there for them. We were always in the media for them. And we recently, at our annual assembly, which we elect our new executive, it was the biggest one we've ever had. We had well over 400 people attending, which was a massive deal. So our membership lies around 567 second level schools, and each second level school within their student council elects an ISSU representative. They're like grassroots representative. And then they also sign up to become part of the ISSU. And the way we kind of upkeep that engagement is down to a number of things. It's down to the regional officer body and the regional officers themselves, who it is part of their responsibility to meet with their local representatives every other week. So all around the country, whether it's done online or in person, we meet with, or the regional officers of the region meet with their local representatives and listen to their issues. And that kind of keeps them engaged because they keep seeing what we're doing. And then eventually those same people who started out in grassroots movement in a couple of years' time will end up on the executive because they see the work that we're doing. And the second way is by involving them in the projects themselves. Mm-hmm. We are a very open organization, so we keep them. So for example, they are allowed to join working groups. They're allowed to join any campaign. They're allowed to go to media, and we provide them with the training to do such things. And that is a very massive incentive for them to keep coming back and keep running for elections.
You said that you have actually grown during COVID, which I think a lot of student bodies and organizations unfortunately cannot say. To which do you owe your success? You said that you were proactive. In which ways were you proactive in that way that you actually gained more members than lose during COVID?
So we were proactive in the sense that we took initiative on students' issues. So, for example, we noticed that a lot of students, it was outrageous for the government to suggest that we would go out in person in a hall and do exams. And that was kind of the way the government was going. But we, as a students' union, recognized through our grassroots movement that this was just not going to go on. So we essentially said, okay, we'll do a survey of our members and we'll present it to the government. And that's what we did. We had well over 64,000 students do our survey. And after that, we put in a nicely done report, and then we presented it to the government and we presented it to the media. It was mentioned multiple times in the parliament. It was mentioned multiple times in the media. All our officers were out on media duties nearly every single day or every other day, kind of explaining the students' point of view. So us being present on the national media, us being present on the local level, listening to issues really kind of secured us as the main and the number one organization representing young people. And that kind of really helped our engagement and our image more generally.
Thank you, Shari, for sharing an experience of a good practice, we can say. And now let's move to, I think, a very important question. Student parliaments, most of the times, if not all of the times, have to cooperate with political electives, with political bodies and municipal bodies and other elected and political organizations. So how is the cooperation? Are you finding it more positive or negative? And I would like to start with Igor this time.
Yeah, as you stated, network is really important. Human network is, if we didn't have any contacts with political figures and parties, we wouldn't be able to work because we are kind of doing the youth politics. We have youth political organization. But it's very important that we stay apolitical, that we do not stick to one certain party because other parties would not accept us or even would start to obey us. And we need to really keep a distance, but cooperate enough so we can benefit from it. On the city parliaments, they often work with the members of the parliament. of the state parliament. For example, us in Alliance of High School Students, we need to work with members of the Republican Parliament, but also with other organizations, not only politicians, but also NGOs and civic organizations, because we need to stick together. Youth organizations, there's plenty of them, but we kind of have more or less similar agenda. If we stick together and work together, we can achieve bigger goals, because yeah, I think it's obvious that 1,000 people in comparison to 40 people has a bigger voice in society, and we can achieve higher things. So yeah, communication with politicians is important, but we need to be careful.
Maciej, do you agree with the statements that student bodies, student organizations should create a unified lobbying voice, basically, a strong voice of many organizations that are at the same time fighting for the same agenda?
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I think that there needs to be, if the student organizations unify into one voice, it is a much better way to express students' opinions towards electives and politicians. I think that the point that Igor mentioned about being apolitical is really important, because if we stay with one political party, then we can't be supporting our students, but we will support the party. We need to be we need to be in some kind of student party, but not a political party.
Shari, is it possible to stay apolitical while still cooperating with the parties that are currently in the government?
Definitely. Like it's already been mentioned, I'll be echoing if I say the same thing, but it's important to remain apolitical, number one, and it's important to collaborate with other organizations with similar goals. It's essential that you do so. If the student movement wants to achieve something, we cannot do it alone. It needs to be a unified approach. Like at its most fundamental level, when you look at student councils themselves, if the student council wanted to get rid of uniforms in schools, for example, if they were to go out alone, it would be extremely difficult. But if you had possibly the parents' council with you, then it's a completely different game, right? But on the apolitical point, it's essential to remain apolitical, because you cannot be, as a students' movement, you cannot be out there kind of picking fights with people. You can't do that if you want to really achieve change, and you shouldn't as a representative officer of students. So, for example, the ISSU, like I already mentioned, again, we signed that policy platform paper. We basically got all political parties to agree to an extremely well thought out diplomatic piece of paper, which basically said that, listen, young people are important and you are going to listen to them. And also engaging with all political parties and being very diplomatic in how you approach them is key to kind of getting your side of the things done. It sounds kind of sneaky, but that's the best approach.
Thank you, Shari. And with that, let's move to Dragos. And I'm interested in how Romania is doing. Do politicians listen to you, or are young voices not heard and your ideas not being heard in terms of political bodies?
Well, it depends. I think it's hard to approach the subject with a straight answer. I will say, as my colleagues previously mentioned, that apolitical NGOs should be there to stay and should collaborate with the other parties in a sustainable manner. And I think a best practice that we are currently employing and actually working on regularly is to bring as many young representatives with public offices in our conferences, in our workshops. It's important to have them there. because it's not only an assurance that you'll be also called when they will have a proposition or an initiative, and you'll be relevant and you will make the voices of the youth heard on one side. On the other side, I think in Romania, it's important to have a constant dialogue to make them remember. I think it's a good way to put it. Because there are a lot of things happen. Romanians, I will joke, but they have a very short memory span, and it's important to be present there every day, to have a say, to be present on social media, to have articles, to have research papers, and provide them content. This will be a best practice that I think it works, especially considering government and parliament. On the side of business, I think it's important to have a very good network and established relation on the long run, because they're your partners today, and if even they change their approach regarding a certain policy, they will be there also to support you in what you're proposing, because youth will have the same priorities every and each year. And for decades, they want to be heard, they want to be empowered, they want to do stuff in a new way, innovative way, and to actually make politicians and also representatives look at them and acknowledge that what they do is relevant, it's important, and also can only do good for the society as a whole. Thanks.
Let's talk funding. How much money does a student parliament or a council need? And currently, do you have enough money? Is the funding enough, or are you underfunded? Let's start with Shari, please.
Yes, so the money is never enough. You can never have too much money, especially with student unions, because there's so many projects to do. Funding, I would say, generally for the student movement, bar a couple of unions that I know, it tends to be a struggle. Funding is an issue. It's something that students' unions and the student movement generally struggles with. It's expensive, especially with the cost of living that's gone up so much. It's difficult to hold in-person events. It's difficult to create banners. It's difficult to do so many things, because an organization has many parts to it. It's not just the students themselves who play a voluntary role. It's very much the staff and everybody behind who does the more technical side of things, whose salaries needs to be paid. On top of that, we're paying for in-person events. So cost is definitely, it's a concern, but we're constantly looking for funding. So for the ISSU, we would probably get our funding from a bunch of different avenues. Some of it is through departments in the government. Some of it is through our past alumni who've gone on to do big things and now donate to the ISSU. And some of it is donations itself, because on our page, we have a donations button, and we do receive quite an amount of money through donations itself. So we are by no means, I would say, struggling, but we're constantly kind of, by the end of the year, we're constantly kind of looking at the next year and being like, okay, how can we plan our budget better? And recently, actually on Saturday, we had our strategic planning meeting, which is basically all parts of the organization coming together and mapping out the budget for the next year, which is kind of essential because it basically outlines the plan for the organization and the vision for the next 1 to 2 years.
Okay, let's move to Romania. So, Dragos, if you could.
Okay, regarding budget, I'll quote Shari, money is never enough for what we actually want to do on the long run. Actually, neither sometimes in the short run, because there are a lot of ideas and initiatives that have to be put in place or have to be sorted out. I think I had a conversation with one of our leaders in the NGO, and at the moment, the budget is enough to extend our projects and to cultivate more initiatives at the local level. I think we are trying to do as much as possible with what we have. But on the long run, we need as much as possible funding from the business level and also to European funding. These are main sources on the one side. And the other side, we enjoy some financing through the research papers that we are making, the partners we are supplying with content and also expertise. We know it's in our name, Center of European Expertise, and trying to make policy as user-friendly as possible, also for the government, but especially for the civil society, with focus on youth. And this is our main topic of discussion at the moment. The budget is highly linked with partnerships and the way we can put to work our expertise in order to benefit as much as possible on the public institution side, because it's something that we have a history in doing, and also for the young people and general public. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to skip Maciej for this round, as we heard about the funding in Czech Republic in the last debate. But before we move to the next and possibly the last question of this discussion, let's hear Igor and his view on funding in Slovakia.
Yeah, funding in Slovakia really depends. In state parliaments and youth parliaments, it is really dependent on the relationship with the parliament and the council. If the relations are not good, yeah, there will be sabotage, and you won't get enough money as you would probably need. But then there come institutions with their grants and their competitions. You can sign up for projects and get, I think, good amount of money for probably anything you would possibly need. And there are even some funds in Slovakia that fund on a regular basis, like monthly you get a few hundred euros for your purposes, and you don't need to even sign for certain grants or so on. Yeah, I think funding is something that is nowadays in the crisis a big problematic, because all of the institutions lack money, but it's not undoable.
Thank you. And now let's move to the last question of the discussion. And that is, if all of you could briefly share a goal, one goal that you think is the main thing that you would want your parliament to achieve, that you think should definitely get better in your country, and how? And let's start with Maciej, because we skipped him the last round.
So I think the main goal for our high school council should be, or I feel like it is, that the students should be able to participate and be active in whatever they want and whatever fulfills their passion. And I think there should be no obstacles if they want to pursue in student governments such as me or Igor or everybody here, or if they want to pursue their passion in art or whatever. I think there should be no obstacles, and we try to help them with that.
Okay, Igor, if you could share one goal with us, please.
Only one thing is in my mind right now, and that's that there should be an organization in Slovakia which would be the voice of youth. We lack it. We have many organizations that are pretending to be the voice of youth, but yeah, they are not. We have an organization that pretends to be, like I said, but the average age of people there is like 60. I'm not blaming anything, but I feel like it's not the voice of youth. And Alliance of High School Students has this goal as its own.
Dragos, what is one thing that you would love to see change or exists in Romania?
Well, our main purpose is to empower people, and this is what I want to do, to provide them as many opportunities as possible to get involved and participate. This is what we are trying and struggling to do through our projects. So reaching as many young people and providing them opportunities to learn, to get educated, and to provide them with the skills they need to do what they actually want and to provide them with what they need. I think this is what it's our purpose. So this will be reaching as many many young people, and empowering them.
Thank you. And Shari, if you could please give us a closing statement on this debate and on the one goal that you would love to see happen in the world and in Ireland, to be precise.
So one thing that we would like to focus on that kind of delves into 2 points is education. And I mean education in the sense of voting education, but education how to become a global citizen and how to become an active citizen. The ISSU has always been an education first organization. Our goal has always been to improve the education for second level students and possibly third level students. And we have been successful in that to a degree, but there's still a long, long, long way to go. The introduction of politics and society, which teaches you about the political systems, is great, but it never delves deep into how do you vote and why do you vote. None of that is actually explained. And that's a massive place where we've obviously made improvements there, but we still fail. And there's a lot to be done in that regard. And it's us being there, us being present there, us being in front of political parties, that'll push them to actually change the curriculum. And I think more generally with education itself, I mean, it is a fact that if you have a good education, a well-rounded education, you are going to go far in life. That is a fact. And a lot of it comes down to the curriculum, and us having the seat on the NCCA, the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, is a massive step forward. And the last thing I'll just very quickly, student engagement. It is essential. We are very fortunate here in Ireland and in the ISSU that we have such an engaged organization where all parts are constantly in contact with one another. But what's the actual mood like on the ground? Do students feel engaged? No, that's the reality of it. They don't really feel engaged. And it's very important as students' unions that we reach out to those people who don't feel engaged and pull them in and bring them in and make them realize that they actually do have a voice. And we actually provide them with the training that they need to one day kind of hold our jobs, or one day hopefully get elected to the executive and bring the changes that we so desperately need.
Thank you, Shari. And with that, I think we can give a very warm round of applause to all of our speakers for doing an spectacular job. So let's give a warm welcome to Matěj Damian, Igor Furdík, Shari Irfan, and Dragos Danila, members of parliament in this debate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. And now let's have a short break, after which we will have a representative from Smíchovská střední průmyslová škola and gymnasium. And after that, a lot of other program will join. Thank you so much.
Da-da-da-da.
Tak jo, tak můžeme začít, prosím. Jestli mi někdo odpočítá z režie a můžeme pustit stream. Okay, so welcome to the third panel on the topic of internships. And with me today, there are two guests. First of them is an intern at the Office of the Government of the Czech Republic, Josef Marek. So here for him. And the second one is an intern at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, Martin Hejlek. So welcome.
Good afternoon, thank you for having me.
Firstly, could you shortly introduce yourself? Specifically, how did you get to the internships? What was your journey towards getting an internship and such high political bodies? And yeah, Josef, you can start, please. Thank you.
So, hello, good afternoon. Thanks for invitation. So, I am studying law at Charles University here in Prague. And last year, by this time, I was at my Erasmus stay in Finland, and I simply found out that there is an offer of an internship at the website of our government. So I am really interested in foreign affairs and especially European Union. So I decided to apply for it, and it works.
And how was the application process? What did you have to do in order to get the internships? Was there a motivation letter involved, perhaps your CV? Could you talk us a little bit through the journey?
Okay. So, of course, there was a CV and a letter, motivation letter. And after that, the 3 rounds of elimination followed. And the first one was a short interview, like 20 minutes at one of the office of government. The second one was a written test with some interesting questions like who is Charles Michel and what's the difference between the European Council and the Council of European Union. And the third one was also an interview.
Okay, now I would like Martin to please talk us throughout your journey. How did you get an internship at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic?
Well, my colleague was in Finland, I was in Germany, Erasmus as well. So actually at the Facebook there are many groups dedicated to the students, and out of nowhere there was a link. There was a job offer, so I opened it, and it was offered from the governmental office. So I said, yeah, why not, apply it. It was one day before the deadline, and it was a great decision.
So how was the application process? Again, as Josef said, what did you have to do in order to score an internship?
CV, as always, motivation letter. That was kind of the first round of elimination, as you call it. Yeah, then there was a job interview. I do believe there were 3 people. They tested you from languages. They asked you questions about your job experience, and also they actually asked me about the European Union at the very beginning. They didn't wait. But of course, then there was a follow-up, the next round, and yeah, there was a test. From the knowledge of the European Union and international relations in general. And then there was some kind of essay, if I'm not mistaken, was it? Yeah, there was essay. And then the third last round. To be very honest, I don't even remember who was there. I don't know these people, but it was someone in a higher rank, at least I was told. And yeah, once again, like 20 minutes to 30 minutes interview. They ask about all the possible questions you can imagine. They even asked about what would you do if you broke something. I was, what kind of question is that? I'm not going to break any diplomatic gift. That's not going to happen. And they told me, yeah, but it might. So please answer. I was like, really? What kind of question is that? So yeah, my answer was wrong, because I said that I'm going to offer my apology, which definitely wasn't the case. I should just go for another gift and give it to the delegation. But yeah, you can find there a very strange question, I have to say.
And a follow-up question, did something actually happen that they asked you during the interview and you were like, okay, so this is never going to happen? Did it happen?
To me, fortunately, it did not happen.
But it happens.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, so from the convo that when you two talked about your interviews, I get that they were quite similar, weren't they? So is it one process that applies to all governmental bodies, or are there some differences defining what kind of governmental body are you applying for?
Can I? Very different, I would say, because I also had my internship at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And of course, it really depends on the scope of your job. Because in this time, it was more about diplomatic role. We basically accompanied the people in the highest rank. So they wanted a bit different skills than was expected at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where I help with let's say, operational task of, of EU policies. So in this case, I would say it was more about communication. Of course, the knowledge about the European Union is important as well, because if you are lost at the very beginning, you almost don't know which country could come up. Of course, you should know that.
And Martin, I'm not sure if you told us that due to some technical difficulties in the beginning, but you're still a student, right?
Yes.
And what are you studying?
International relations at the Charles University master degree.
Okay, so both Charles University students. Let me ask you, are your internships paid, or are you only working for experience, as the employers state quite often?
May I? Yeah. I'm not really sure it works. Oh, thank you.
I think it's better if we just use one. Okay. Since there's only two of you, I think that that's rather handy.
So technical difficulties solved, and I'm not very into the tech stuff. So it was paid, and I was really surprised. It was because at the first interview, I think there were a question what the salary should be. And I was like, you wanna pay me for that? Really? Because the previous internship when the Czech Republic had the presidency in 2009 wasn't paid. So me personally, I expected that this time it would be the same.
But you are getting paid, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what about Martin? Are you too getting paid, or are you only working for experience?
You might be familiar with the meme, are you getting paid, guys, or something like that is the format. But in this case, no, I do believe there is this misconception that having internship means not to be paid, and that means have a unique experience. Of course, it's connected, I would say, but not in every case. But in this case, yes, every liaison officer you ever seen in the television or anywhere else, you meet them, they got paid, at least 2022. Yes, I've heard that 2009, that wasn't the case, unfortunately. But yeah, in many cases, it happens that you don't get actually paid for your internship since you go for the experience.
What is your opinion on that topic? Should students get paid for internships, or is it okay that we don't pay them? And to what extent it's okay not to pay for internships?
I think we should pay them.
I know.
Yeah, definitely. Because there are very different internships. Sometimes people believe that being at the internship actually means to be an operator of the coffee machine. That wasn't my case, fortunately. But even if you operated the coffee machine, you definitely should get paid for that. I mean, you're still the coffee machine operator. But yeah, I can imagine, especially during your bachelor or master degree, that not everyone is so lucky to get some financial assistance from parents or family in general, and they simply are then disqualified from taking internship, which is a shame.
Martin, do you agree?
For me, as for a law student, this is really interesting question. But our Codex of Labor Law says that you have to be paid because you are doing work.
Okay, so let's have a follow-up question. What do you think is the purpose of internships?
For me, is to gain some experience, meet new interesting people, make new friends, and that's it.
Martin, what did you get from internships?
Just follow up, not just friends, but contacts. Contacts, that's better. Sorry, what was your question?
My question is, what do you think is the purpose of the internships? Why should students do internships? What they can gain from them? What did you maybe personally gain from becoming an intern?
Incredible experience. Let's start with that. No, because you're at the university and you gain some knowledge, and that's great. But then you come to the ministry and you find out that things are actually working quite a bit different. You know, I was there for the first time and they told me, well, all right, so we have this and that. I was like, what is happening? I don't know. I actually never heard about all of these operational things. And I do believe it is really important, it is crucial for students to get some kind of internship, especially in the field of international relations. Because later, when you're done, you're not master student anymore, it's time to find a real job. And of course, it's an advantage to have some kind of experience, and it doesn't matter if it's an NGO, if it's a civil servant, or whatever kind.
Martin, is it mandatory to undergo some kind of internship at your school? You said that you're studying political science, right?
International relations and political science,
and
so
international
interconnected.
relationships.
No, it is not mandatory, but it kind of is mandatory. It is not mandatory in the sense that university doesn't require you to go there, but if you wish to actually work in the field of your study, you definitely should go for that.
Do you think that it should be mandatory to undergo an internship during your studies? I'm torturing you, I'm sorry.
No,
but just
no, it's
genuinely
actually,
interested in the question.
It's a valid question. I think it should. I think it should, but also the university should reflect it, because in my case, you can get a maximum of 6 credits, which, just for your information, to get my master degree done, I need 120 credits. So I can get 6 credits out of 120 credits by my internship. That's fair.
Actually, I don't think so, because we are expected to have an internship or a job in some kind of justice branch, at the attorney's office, or wherever, but this like sphere of state affair isn't like the most valued experience.
So again, to play the devil's advocate, should it be accepted as a part of a good practice for a lawyer?
For me, as my advocate, yeah, of course, it should, because you need to have some really important skills to do this job, and these skills are crucial in your work as an attorney or a judge to, I don't know, communicate with the people with enough respect, but in the way they have respect for you, because if we are talking to the Minister of, I don't know, Foreign Affairs from Sweden, and you are telling him, no, sir, it's time, the meeting is on, and we have to go. It's, yeah, it's pretty interesting experience.
Martin, could you talk us through the internship? What is your agenda? What do you do?
Internship at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, at the governmental office, or kind of Forum 2000? I have many of them, so please specify.
main agenda for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'm sorry, the specification was?
No, that I actually work with various institutions. So, yeah, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yes, as I said before, I have internship at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the EU policies. I specialize in the Western Balkans and enlargement process in general, which is a big topic, especially these days, thanks to war in Ukraine. And in general, I help with reporting, preparing national stances on the major EU policies. Yes.
You said that you had other internships, right?
Yeah.
So do you wish to continue working at the governmental body after you finish your studies, your master's?
I wish to continue at the diplomatic corps. So yeah, still Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
And Josef, what about you? Do you wish to continue, and what is the agenda of your internship?
So being a liaison officer was a really interesting experience. It's an experience for life. I think I will tell the stories from my from my job to my, I don't know, grandchildren. But as a law student, I'm seeing myself as a judge in the future, if everything will go in a right direction.
Cool. Okay, you said that you've got quite a lot of stories to maybe one day tell your grandchildren. Could you share one with us today, or maybe just a favorite memory? I'll leave that up to you.
Okay, so my favorite memory is, for example, a dinner at the Prague Castle. It was really interesting, amazing experience. And the environment there is amazing. And the meal was pretty good.
And Martin, what was your favorite memory or a story that you would like to share with us today?
It comes from a summit as well at the Prague Castle. Because you see all the high-ranked politicians, you know, having handshake with Prime Minister, smiling at the camera, saying clever words. And then you go deep into the Prague Castle, and you actually find out that these people are common people, let's say, because as you can imagine, they want to have just a chit-chat, just a normal small talk about the weather, which seems to me a bit strange. I mean, these are the politicians who are making decisions about green agenda and all the others, and out of nowhere they want to talk about weather? Yes, of course, they are still people. So this is my memories. These people in front of your camera are still only a people, and they act as a people, not as a politicians, when cameras are off.
There are definitely a lot of skills that you can gain from an internship. However, I'm interested in one skill that you gained, but did not think that you were gonna gain. A skill that you gained as a surprise. A tough one, I see.
Yes, very tough one. It is not a skill, but I would like to underline the contacts. The contacts you gained, especially in this case, when we work for the governmental office, we are all students. But in this case, there were like 60, 70 people, and we know each other. And in the future, we might have some kind of position in the society, which is understandable, and you know people. And this is, of course, not a skill, but maybe no, it is just this. I cannot come up with anything else.
It's a really tough question, but I'm not really sure if it's a skill, but now I feel more comfortable wearing my suit and being around high-ranking people, because I know that they are pretty ordinary, that they are still humans. After all, when the cameras are off,
Well, I think that we can certainly call that a skill. On that note, what about etiquette? Because you said that you meet quite a lot of important people. There are different protocols and stuff like that. So how did you deal with that? How do you like know all of the different rules, and who teaches you all of those different things?
So, when we were accepted as liaison officers, we had an instruction. It lasts for 3 days in a row.
Wow,
so
quite
it was
lot of rules.
a big amount of information that were like put into our heads. And a very big part of it was the protocol. It was more than one afternoon, I think. Yeah, so we were instructed what to wear. It was the maybe toughest task, especially for girls, actually, because we as boys are very okay with standard suit and yeah, in a common color, but for girls, wow, it was tough.
So Martin, even though undergoing a basically workshop on how to manage the etiquette, did still something awkward happened? Was there an awkward situation or something that was not okay according to the protocol?
Well, the protocol, they don't have ice everywhere. That's important to mention. Of course it happened. It's so many people, so yes, me personally, we had all of this meeting in the KCP, KCP, at the building, and I got lost one time there with my delegate for the first time. That was a great beginning of my journey, but you know, nobody knows until now. Yeah,
so now everyone knows.
So now
yeah.
everyone knows, but I'm fine. I'm done with the job already. So.
but to be honest, who doesn't get lost
yeah,
in
exactly.
Congressové Centrum?
Yeah,
like everyone
in KCP,
does.
everyone's. It was just a matter of time. But yes, of course it happened because we worked with the police and secret agencies, and they don't care about your etiquette. It's everything about security. If you have a prime minister or a minister there, it doesn't matter what the etiquette or protocol says. It's just about the security. So you have to adjust.
Okay, my next question goes to the traveling abroad. Did you get to travel abroad during your internship? We can start with Martin this time.
No.
Same, no.
Do you wish, and if so, which country would you like to visit as an intern, meaning speaking work-wise?
Well, as I said before, I specialize in Western Balkans, so it would be Serbia, I guess.
Okay, I actually don't have my favorite country to travel to for an internship.
Martin, you said that you want to undergo a diplomatic route, right? And you said that you specialized in Balkan countries. So is that something that you would like to do, to be a diplomat in a Western Baltic country?
It doesn't work like that. It kind of does, and it kind of doesn't. You have to start at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You spend there a few years in Prague, and then, of course, you can travel all around the world. But as you can imagine, to stay in Europe, most of the people working at the ministry want to stay in Europe. Nobody enjoys Iraq, Afghanistan, and countries like that. Unfortunately, you need ambassadors and, in general, diplomatic corps there. So who's going there? Well, the youngest one.
Right?
The newbies. So yes, maybe in the future, but who knows? That's very far away in this case, at this moment.
You already opened that topic, but I'm curious, how is the conversation with politicians? You said that sometimes they are quite easygoing. How is their approach towards you? Do they like talk under to you, or are they completely okay?
It really depends on the origin. Because I had Polish delegations. So number one, I understood everything, even though I don't speak Polish, because these languages are pretty similar. And and number two, of course, there are great differences between East and West, South and North. So politicians from North, they are very open-minded, they enjoy to speak with you, plus they mostly never been in Prague, so they ask many questions about the Prague Castle, about where to buy krteček and these things. You're kind of surprised. But I had Polish delegations, so most of them were in Prague many times, so they didn't want to speak about Prague, and they don't want to speak much about politics, especially if you're from Poland, because their views are pretty different from most of the Europe in certain areas. But in general, yes, they wish to speak about many things, because, as I said, they are still humans, and they simply enjoy this traveling.
So they're not patronizing in any way?
No. At least that wasn't... I've heard about it. It mostly happened to women, as I was informed, not to men, but no.
Josef, do you have the same experience?
I would say so. It really depends where are they coming from and how was their journey to Prague, how was the flight, and how is the weather, and what's the topic they are going to discuss at the meeting. And actually, what is the position of the state they are representing there? Because, like, delegates from Poland are pretty often in uneasy positions, so they are not in a mood to talk. But, for example, delegates from Italy, they are pretty happy that they are in Prague. Some of them were to Prague, but it's like 10, 15 years ago, so they want to look around, taste some Czech beer, because our beer is great, as I was informed. Best in Europe, best in the world, by the way.
So the stand of the country themselves and the fact of how strong their influence is also influences their emotion and the way that they want to communicate with you. That is actually a very interesting point that I think like most of people don't know about. Martin, you wanted to add something to what Josef had to say.
I would only stress the agenda. The agenda, it really depends on the agenda. So when Polish minister was here and we talk about defense, that's a very important agenda for Poland, especially during these turbulent times. But then you can have Minister of Culture, well, and Poland and Czech Republic and culture, we are so interconnected, and they are very easygoing.
What skills did you learn during the internships? What are some things that you got better at? I know that you listed contacts, you listed that you visited interesting places or places that you would not have otherwise got into contact with, but what are some skills that you are bringing into the work life and in the future?
Interpersonal communication, especially during my internship at the governmental office, but as well at the ministry. So that would be communication skills and in general analytical skills when it comes to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because you work with a lot of papers of smart people who wrote it before you, and you have to analyze stances of other countries. So yeah, analytical skills.
And Josef?
For me, it's some kind of leadership, because if when you are a liaison officer and the delegation just arrived and you are at the airport, you have to secure the transportation for them and simply transport them to their accommodation, and for that purpose you lead a team of drivers, and sometimes there is a bodyguard if the head of delegation is a protected person. And everything is up to you, because you are the one who simply give the orders when, where, and where they should be, and so on. Yeah.
Josef, you mentioned that you want to become a judge in the future. How are the skills that you gained during the internship will help you maybe as a judge in the future? What are some important and valuable lessons that you're bringing into a life of a potential judge?
You, as a judge, has to be a person that has an authority. And as a liaison officer, standing against the high-ranking official of another state, you need to have their authority to give them sometimes the orders that the meeting is up to begin in 10 minutes, and simply you don't have the time to smoke that cigarette, so please come with me. And you won't be late. So yeah, I think that's the key lesson I learned.
Martin, how long are usually these internships? Are we talking weeks? Are we talking months? Does it depend? And on what does it depend?
It greatly depends. In general, when you go for analytical internship, it's about months. I don't know, in my case it was 2, 3, 4 months. It really depends on the need of the institution and your own ability, time availability. But of course, I've seen internship which took about a year, and it's possible. But in that case, sometimes these internships are not called internships, but they are called job offers. Because, you know, I think that people believe that have an internship actually means to be there for 3 months and then go. Find something else. But this is not the case. Could be, but very often it is not. You can stay at the organization, you might not do the job you've done before, but you might find yourself in a different position. And why not? Why not to try it? You might like it.
So you did quite a few. How long did these last?
Ministry of Foreign Affairs was 4 months, repeatedly, because I'm once again working for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I like the institution very much. Governmental office, on a paper it was a half year, but to be honest it was more like 4 months, because the councils, the informal meetings are not already happening in Prague. The summit, the Prague Castle was some kind of grand final. And then I collaborate also with Forum 2000, which is a small NGO, mostly focused about human rights. And yeah, I work for them like almost 2 years. But I would call it more like collaboration, because I help them literally when they need me.
You just said that you preferred the Ministry of Foreign Affairs above the other internships. Why is that? What is so great about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Czech Republic?
They should hear that. It's about the job description, because I do their analytical. The job is analytical, and it's about the topics I'm very devoted to. And in general, I study international relations, so it makes sense to go for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs later, so I might find myself there after the studies.
Okay, now Josef, what about you?
And what's the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just got so lost with Martin too. What was the question actually?
length of an internship?
Yeah.
I
Sorry, the
suppose?
length of an internship. How long is your internship? You know, when a debate gets interesting, like everyone can get lost in it.
So, as Martin mentioned, the internship in a governmental office by our presidency of Council of EU was on paper for 6 months, like for the same length as our presidency is, from the July to the December, yeah. But it was more like 4 months because from the end of October, no more of informal meetings are held here in Prague. So that's it. I think that the internships are usually from like 3 months up to 6 months, not longer.
If we go back about 30 minutes to the beginning of the debate, we discussed the application process, and what both of you said is that you had to deliver a CV and a motivational letter. And my question is, since we're here at the conference with young, active high school students, what about you? Were you also young and active high school and then university students, and was that what filled your CV?
Want to start?
Active. No, I was an active high school student, and it was definitely a mistake. If I could go back in time, I would be. No. I've started at the university, but yeah, I'm really glad that I see all the faces who are active already at the high school, and it's a great opportunity, and you should go for it. But especially when you're at the university, I do believe that you actually have the window of opportunity opens even more, because once you are a university student, everyone believes that you're clever and that you're actually able to do some kind of task which you could not or would not to prefer do before. So yes, once you go to university, as I do believe many of you plan to, you will get your opportunities even more.
Damn. I hope that you were really active, because I wasn't really active as a high school student. And actually my high school didn't promote the activity of students very much. Actually, I was the president of my class. Really nice title, but no power. Literally no power. And when I came to Prague, when I started to study at university, I found out that I have plenty of opportunities around, because I am from a pretty small city, by the Polish borders, by the way. And when you compare the opportunities you have over there and here in Prague, it's uncomparable. You cannot compare that, actually.
Sure, but there is definitely a positive message, and that is that you don't have to be the most active student before enrolling into university in order to score a great internship, which I think is maybe great to hear for some of our listeners. But if you go back to the topic of high schoolers, you're both university students. However, is there some chance for an internship for a high school student if they want to intern at some governmental bodies? And if you know about some.
I'm not sure about the governmental bodies, but so let me talk about Forum 2000, the small NGO. We are having conference every year. It was just to give you some background. It was founded by Václav Havel, and they are doing or they are having conferences every single year, and they always try to find volunteers who help them with the conference. In general, you can be the person who accompanies someone. I wouldn't use famous, but I would use important. Or you can, in general, help with the social media. If you open their website, forum2000.cz, you definitely go to find, you definitely find their opportunities, and I'm sure we already had people from the high school of, high school, definitely high school, especially gymnasiums.
And my idea of promoting the activity of high school students would be joining the Prague Student Summit, because it offers a great amount of agenda for high schoolers, even more than for the students of universities, because there is only one model, and model of EU for the university students. But for the high schoolers, there is a model of United Nations and G20, I believe, and NATO. So it's a great opportunity to meet the same-minded people and to develop your soft skills.
Until now, we only talked about the positives of internships. Are there any negatives? What would some of your negatives be in order to keep a realistic picture of what it's like to be an intern?
I think that the biggest stress of it is that you are the last member of the chain. So you are the first messenger of a bad news, and you have no, let's say, hard power. You are not in a powerful position. So when you are facing the high-ranking official or a minister, it's sometimes pretty tough to inform him about something bad, that something isn't possible, and so on.
Martin?
Time constraint. Imagine that you're a university student, plus you have to work, so you're able... It is not my case, but I know many students who, they don't simply have financial assistance from their families, so they have to work. Plus you have your internship. And midterms are coming, or in general, exams are coming, and you don't know what to do first. And you don't want, of course, you want to stay at a university. Of course, you want to have your internship. And by the way, you need the money from the job. So how do we do that? For me, it worked because I love what I do. I love my internships. I love my university. I love my study field. And it worked for me because, well, you can always, let's see, get less hours of your sleep. But it is not sustainable in a longer term.
Josef, that was actually my next question, and that is how you can manage an internship while being a student and maybe having some other activities, for example, personal life.
It's impossible. No, it's pretty hard. You don't have enough of sleeping hours for months sometimes, and you have to learn how to be productive, how to use the time while, for example, you are traveling from your home to Prague and back from Prague to your home. Simply don't play video games or something like that, but read, study, write essays, and so on. Yeah, so that would be my tip.
It also depends on the institution you have your internship in, because sometimes these institutions are not willing or simply not able to provide you type of work you can do online or you can do from wherever you simply are. Because before this discussion started, yes, I work on something for one of my internship, but it is possible only because I have my laptop here, and only because of my institution, which tries to fit my schedule. But this is not always the case, unfortunately. There is not much I can do about it, but you always have to think about these limitations.
And generally speaking, is the experience rather positive or rather negative?
rather positive in my case.
And Josef?
I would say the same, because during the exam period, for example, when I had my job back at attorney's office, they always made some steps to simply adjust my schedule to fit my exams into it.
Nice to hear. I have one last question for you, or rather a plead for a message. If you could tell someone who is watching right now, or maybe sitting with us right here in Next Zone, what would you say for them in order to also get involved and score an internship?
Don't worry and try it.
Short yet effective. And Martin?
Yes, I would underline it. You don't have you simply have to not to be worried to be unsuccessful. Of course, it happened to me as well. Do you really believe that I got my first internship I wanted? Huh, no, of course it wasn't the case. But still, you have to try it again and again. And I have to mention one more thing. If you go for an internship, you have to choose carefully, because there is plenty of internship. Everyone loves students, involved students who are willing to work for free. Who wouldn't love them? So you have to choose wisely if the institution you want to have your internship with is really worth it. If what they are offering you isn't just something general. They say, oh, well, you know, you will help us in the office. What does that mean, help me in the office? Is that I will work with the coffee machine and with the papers? Well, no, thank you. There are plenty of others who might provide me something more meaningful. And that was also a reason when you asked me about my experience. Yes, I said it was positive experience, but I have met many students before who simply said, yes, I had my internship, yes, I have it in the CV. Unfortunately, my experience wasn't positive simply because I didn't choose carefully, because I didn't know from the very beginning what I'm going to do at the institution. So that would be my advice, choose carefully.
And we wish luck to all of the students who will do so, I hope, after watching this debate. These were Josef Marek and Martin Hejlak, guests of today's debate. Thank you to both of them, and I would love our audience members to give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
And we will see each other after a short break. Thank you. Odvratný?
Ne, od Božka.
Do
mediálu lezu.
No?
Včera mi vyprávěl, jak je to úplně normální, jak tam všichni lezou oknem, protože je to rychlejší, kámo, a ty dostal tak seřváno za to.
Protože to vadí.
Čau, Jirko.
Proč někdo nešvenkujete? Běž to k kameře.
Prosím k kameře.
Tak.
A řekni jim, ať dělají do mikrofonu do prdela.
úplně?
Ale pak mám fotit.
Hládek?
A on ještě nemluví, ne?
Ne, už mluvil, ty vole, hlavně.
On mluví teďka.
On mluví, ale mikrofon.